Will the House come to order? Mr. Clerk.
Aloha and good morning. Today's invocation will be delivered by Representative Lisa Martin. Will the members who wish to participate...
Please remain seated. Thank you. Aloha mai kako. So this last month, my book club read 4,000 Weeks, Time Management for Mortals. And the 4,000 refers to the number of weeks we have from the time we're born till the end of the average lifespan at age 80. And I thought this book might help me cram more in, since I am always trying to be more efficient and achieve that elusive balance in life. But the message of the book was quite different, and I'll share 2 takeaways with you. One is that this is not a dress rehearsal. This is our one and only life right now. Therefore, we shouldn't be using our time as if our activities and actions only matter to the extent that they're laying the groundwork for some future action or activity that may never come to pass. The second is that managing our limited time well does not mean getting everything done, because that is impossible in just one lifetime. Instead, it's about identifying our priorities and then saying no to all the other things that are also important to us and we also want to do, because those are the things that have the power to distract us from our priorities. Today, my priority is learning from all of you, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Martin. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Ayu, Mr. Alcos, Ms. Amato, Ms. Bellotti, Mr. Chun, Ms. Cochran, Mr. Evslin, Mr. Ganadin, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Gates, Mr. Hashem, Mr. Hashimoto, Mr. Holt, Ms. Hussey Burdick, Ms. Ichiyama, Mr. Ilagan, Ms. Kahaloa, Ms. Capella, Mr. Kila, Ms. Kitagawa, Mr. Kobayashi, Mr. Kong, Ms. Lachika, Ms. Lamosao, Ms. Lowen, Ms. Martin, Ms. Martinez, Mr. Matayoshi, Ms. Matsumoto, Mr. Mizuno, Ms. Morikawa, Ms. Nakamura, Mr. Nakashima, Mr. Nishimoto, Mr. Onishi, Ms. Peruso, Mr. Pirik, Ms. Poepoe, Mr. Quinlan, Mr. Sayama, Ms. Souza, Mr. Takayama, Ms. Takenouchi, Mr. Tam, Mr. Tarnas, Mr. Todd, Mr. Ward, Mr. Woodson, Mr. Yamashita, Mr. Speaker.
Present.
Mr. Speaker, all 51 members are present.
Item 2, reading of the journal. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, may this matter be deferred?
So ordered. Item 3, Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the governor?
Mr. Speaker, there are none.
Item 4, Mr. Clerk, are there any Senate communications?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of a communication transmitting the noted Senate concurrent resolution having been adopted in the Senate. We are in further receipt of communications transmitting the noted Senate bills all having passed third reading in the Senate.
For the motion to pass first reading, Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Senate bills laying on the clerk's desk pass first reading by title.
Representative Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. Members, are there any introductions? Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery today, there are 2 incredible friends of education. From HSTA, we have our lobbyist, Mitzi Higa, and then our teacher lobbyist, Laverne Moore. Please rise, and thank you for coming to the House of Representatives.
Representative Matsumoto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery, I'd like to introduce Junior Tupai. If you can please stand up. He was our Lieutenant Governor candidate. He's a football coach, he's a pastor, and he was also a former teacher at Youth Challenge. Welcome to your House of Representatives. If I could have another introduction.
Please proceed.
I also have 2 interns in the gallery. First, I'd like to introduce Hunter Harris. If you can please stand. He is currently a Chaminade student studying forensic science, and he is also the former BOE student member. If we can give Hunter a round of applause. We also have Diego Carranza. He's a senior at Lelehua High School. He's our Keiki Caucus intern, and he's already been working a whole lot with our office, and we're glad to have him here on our all-day floor session. Thank you, Diego. Welcome to your House of Representatives. Thank you.
Are there further introductions, members? Okay, if not, we're on part one, consent calendar for the motion to suspend Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules of the House in order to consider certain House and Senate bills for third reading by consent calendar.
Representative Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. We're on item 5A for a motion on the consent calendar. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the standing committee reports listed on pages 2 through 25 and that the House bills listed on pages 2 through 32 as may be amended past third reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All right, members, there is no discussion on these items because the body has agreed to place them on the consent calendar this morning. So we'll just be going to the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 2, Stand-Com Report number 1044, HB number 695, HD2, Rep. Amato votes no. On page 4, Stand-Com Report number 1056, HB number 1348, HD2, Rep. Hashimoto votes no. On page 10, Stand-Com Report number 1110, HB number 74, HD1, Rep. Capella votes no. On page 13, Stand-Com Report number 1126, HB number 202, HD2, Rep. Capella votes no. On page 24, Stand-Com Report number 1211, HB number 1036, HD1, Rep. Peruso votes no. On page 29, HB number 368, HD1, Stand-Com Report number 837, the following vote no. Rep. Amato, Hussey Burdick, Capella, La Chica, Lowen, Martin, Peruso. On page 30, HB number 640, HD1, Stand-Com Report number 839, Rep. La Chica votes no. That's it. Thank you.
All right, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye.
All right, members, have all votes been cast on the consent calendar? Have all votes been cast? Okay, if so, said measures pass third reading. Members, please remember to submit to the clerk the list of House bills on the consent calendar for which you will be inserting written comments in support or in opposition. This must be done by adjournment of today's floor session. And members will be calling for a short recess prior to convening the ordinary calendar. Recess subject to the call of the chair. All right, members, will the House come to order? We're on page 33, ordinary calendar. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the standing committee reports listed on pages 33 through 37 and the company House bills as may be amended past third reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All right, members, is there any discussion beginning with SCR 1041 on page 33? 1041, 1047, 1050. Representative Perrick.
Going back to Bill 1047,
Please proceed on 1047.
the testifier on behalf of the State Health
Are you rising
Department,
in support or opposition?
opposition.
Please proceed.
The testifier on behalf of the State Health Department mentioned that the private sector could sufficiently provide this service to the state of Hawaii. My recommendation is that we don't need to be expanding the government and using more tax dollars.
Representative Tam,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support,
please proceed.
the purpose of this bill is to authorize the Department of Health to establish temporary advisory councils to breakthrough therapy, to establish those rules and regulations for such therapy if they are to be administered within the state. So basically, the state will use their own existing resources to administer and establish these councils. So with respect to the representative from Royal Kunia, if we were to take his suggestion, it would mean that the state would shovel out taxpayer dollars to procure a private business to establish those rules and regulations, which does not make sense. The health department can establish these councils of qualified experts on their own, saving taxpayer dollars in the process, which this bill seeks to allow them to do. I urge all members to support this measure.
Is there further discussion on 1047? Okay, if not, 1050, 1051. Representative Perrick,
No, please.
please proceed.
This bill would be increasing the cost of construction, and my understanding is that we are in an economic crisis, so my encouragement is that we vote no on bills that will hurt the economy.
Is there further discussion? Representative Matsumoto,
With reservations,
so ordered.
permission to insert written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Garcia,
No vote and permission to enter comments.
so ordered. Okay, next page, 1060, 1062. Representative Perrick,
No, please.
please proceed.
So this bill would violate the Fourth Amendment, which reads, "The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized." So I know land surveyors, that's not their intent to do any of these things, but the idea of trespassing and the right to allow who can and cannot go on your property should be the residents' protected right.
Is there further discussion? If not, 1065, 1066, 1067. Next page, 1071. Representative Souza.
Mr. Speaker, request for a ruling on a potential
Please
conflict.
state your potential conflict.
My cousin is the chair of the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission, and this bill deals with correctional system oversight, and the commission also submitted testimony in support of this measure.
All right, Representative, the chair's ruling is that there is no conflict because this legislation deals with a class of individuals.
Thank you.
So the ruling is no conflict through sine die unless circumstances change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further discussion? Okay, if not, 1073, 1076, 1077. Representative Ward,
Speaker, I rise in opposition to this measure with a brief comment.
please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to the name of this bill, which says relating to climate change, this is not a climate change bill. This is another way of sneaking around the idea of Kaka'akumakai and OHA building its high-rise in order to get the money that it was owed from the ceded lands. It's a very deceptive one. It's a Trojan horse. It's a way of saying that we're going to hide behind the ghost of sea level rise and say, by the way, according to this bill, we can recite buildings that don't fit our climate change sea level rise dimensions. Mr. Speaker, that is disingenuous. It's a sneak attack, if you will, and it's something that we should not be behind because there's enough issues with OHA right now that we don't have to steal another way of getting their development rights put on the back burner. Thank you.
All right, Representative Ward, the chair will be striking the terms deceptive, disingenuous, and sneak attack, and any other words that characterize motive or intent.
Mr. Speaker, I will say disingenuous to deceptive, and I would suggest, what is the other word you want to strike out?
Recess subject to call of the chair. All right, will the House come to order on STR 1077? Is there Representative Souza?
Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, can we go back to 1076? Thank you.
Yes, 1077 first. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being that some of the words have been stricken, I would say this. Why is Waikiki not listed in the bill in only Kaka'ako, which Kaka'ako Makai happens to be OHA, happens to have land that is now at the 200 million mark, devalued down to 100 million, and this says, hey, by the way, this bill can tell you where you can and cannot build. Mr. Speaker, that's not fair.
Representative Ward, please confine your remarks to the bill that is before us, the measure before us.
That is purposely confusing to me, what you just said. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to say, if you are on the ocean front, let's just not say Kaka'ako Makai ocean front, let's say, you guys in Waikiki, you better watch out, we're not going to allow you to build.
All right, members, we'll take a recess, subject to call of the chair, recess. All right, well, the House comes to order. Members, since there's no further discussion on 1077, we'll go back to 1076. Representative Souza.
Speaker, I have one more
Representative
comment.
Ward.
I have one more comment, and that is this bill has a immediately effective upon its approval, so there's no debate. If the House does it and the Senate does it, this baby is gone. So that's a very important thing that we should know. Thank you.
Was it on 1077 or 1076?
1076, with additional comments in the journal, please.
All right, we'll record that on 1076. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With reservations,
Please proceed.
I am in full support of the intent of this measure. However, I take issue with the requirement in subsection B1 mandating that the seller disclose all permitted and unpermitted erosion control structures, specifically on state land, seaward and adjacent to the parcel. Sellers should not have to be required to disclose information regarding property that they do not own, even though these erosion structures may be known to them. The assumption that this bill makes is that the seller perhaps built the erosion control structure that is on state land adjacent to their parcel, which is not always the case. I understand the sentiment of this requirement. However, technically this could be problematic when a seller, for any reason, is simply not aware of these structures that are not specifically on their property, which could open them up to liability for lack of disclosure. The sellers should already be disclosing information regarding erosion control structures that are on their land, and buyers should be doing their due diligence in this regard as well. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Peruso.
Mr. Speaker, I think in full support. I think it's a reasonable assumption that the owner of a property would be aware of erosion control measures that are property adjacent, and I think that is a reasonable requirement that they be required to disclose those structures.
Representative Ward.
Speaker, point of information.
Please state your point, Representative Ward.
Will I be allowed comments in the journal on 1077, please?
That's so ordered. All the comments will be subject to the chair's review before insertion.
For translation, of course.
That is the chair's ruling.
Thank you.
So further discussion on 1076. Okay, if not, next page, 1078, 1079. Representative
Conflict of interest.
Please state your potential conflict.
I'm a contractor, so.
All right,
Thank you.
Representative, the chair's ruling is that there is no conflict because this legislation applies to a class of individuals, all contractors. So there's no conflict. This ruling remains in effect through sine die unless circumstances change.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Okay, if not, 1080. Representative Matsumoto,
Sorry, in 1079.
please proceed.
With reservations and permission to insert written comments into the journal.
So ordered on 1079.
Thank you.
Representative Garcia,
Same request.
so ordered. Further discussion on 1079. If not, 1080. Representative Perrick,
No, please.
please proceed.
It's a good idea to have children giving their input when they're requesting a restraining order on another adolescent, but I think the parent's consent would be wise in requiring a restraining order.
All right, is there further discussion? Representative Matsumoto,
With reservations,
so ordered.
permission to insert comments into the journal.
So ordered. Further discussion? Okay, if not, 1083. Representative Perrick,
No, please. So it says in the Declaration of Independence that we are to protect life. Euthanasia is an attack on life. It's in violation of the Declaration of Independence. If we look at the Hippocratic Oath, it says that we should do no harm. To do harm is to, at times, end life. And so I believe that the euthanasia bill is in opposition of the Hippocratic Oath. Also, it says in Ecclesiastes chapter 3 that there is a time to be born and a time to die. This is God explaining his sovereignty to his people. It also says in the book of Job that Job was suffering and he asked God to kill him. Like, Lord, just kill my life. It's too hard down here. And God's reply to him was that it's my job to determine the end of man. For these reasons, I vote no against the euthanasia bill.
is there further discussion? Representative Souza,
In support, Mr. Speaker.
please proceed.
Just a point of clarification that this bill is not about euthanasia. That's a different term and a different meaning. Although this bill presents a subject that is not easy to discuss, the bottom line is that medical aid in dying is already allowed in respect to physicians. Therefore, expanding this practice to APRNs, amending the mandatory waiting period, and providing an expedited pathway for terminally ill qualified patients to bolster the sentiment of the original act so it can achieve its full potential in implementation is all that this measure purports to do. The law as it is presents roadblocks for some patients, and this bill will rectify these issues. Thank you.
Representative Matsumoto,
Recess, please.
recess subject to call of the chair. Will the House come to order? Members were on 1083. Representative Perrick.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Representative Ward. Oh, sorry, strike that. Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 1 have been distributed.
Representative Perrick.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Ward.
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Members, is there any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Perrick.
Yes, I believe by changing the current euthanasia law to 120 years old would
Are
affect
you in support or opposition?
In opposition.
Please proceed.
I'm in support of the amendment. I'm in opposition to euthanasia. I believe that if we were to increase the euthanasia age to 120, it would effectively disqualify this law from the state.
Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In opposition to the floor amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As noted by the Speaker previously, this is intended to undermine the entire medical aid in dying chapter. In addition, this amendment also undercuts the safeguards that were put into the medical aid in dying to ensure that this process is done with care and integrity and with dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further discussion? If not, we'll be taking a vote on the floor amendment. This is a voice vote, members. All those in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. All opposed, say no. All right, the floor amendment fails. We're back on the main motion, discussion on 1083. Any discussion? Representative Lamasau.
With reservations.
Please, so ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Ganadan.
Oh, may I have the words of the representative from District 43 entered in the journal as if they were my own?
So ordered. Representative Ayu.
Reservations.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, with reservation also?
Representative Martinez. So reservations?
Yes.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Bellotti.
Mr. Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As noted before, this is a measure that updates after 5 years of the medical aid in dying chapter operating, some reasonable amendments that ensure access to a process that is highly regulated and safeguarded. We are increasing the providers to be able to allow APRNs to participate in the assessment, as well as reducing the mandatory waiting period at the discretion of the healthcare provider who is responsible for working with the patient on the Our Care, Our Choice Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further discussion? Representative Chun.
Reservations, please.
So ordered. Thanks. Further discussion on 1083. If not, next page, 1089, 1090. Representative Mizuno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Stand in support.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm going to explain the reasons I support this bill, along with addressing some of the questions that were voiced on this bill during second reading. Please note that I have complete respect for all colleagues, and the focus is on the policy of this bill, not any member. The purpose of House Bill 350, House Draft 2, is to require clergy to report child abuse, even when the information is received in a penitential communication. What is a penitential communication? It means a communication including a sacramental confession that is intended to be kept confidential and is made to a member of the clergy. I wanted to thank my good friend, the representative from Hawaii Kai, who brought up a number of questions about this bill, and I'm going to do my best to address them. In hearing this important piece of legislation, your Committee on Human Services, as well as your Committee on Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs, made the appropriate amendments to provide penitential communications shall remain confidential, except when the clergy member believes that there exists a substantial risk that child abuse or neglect is occurring, and it is especially heinous, atrocious, cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. And this may occur in the reasonable foreseeable future. I've just identified the elements of the bill and the time frame of the bill. So I thank my colleague from Hawaii Kai for pressing for those answers. Mr. Speaker, as a person of faith, I stand candidly that I've been around some outstanding pastors, and a measure of this magnitude will definitely help to bring trust and faith back toward members of the clergy and the churches. But most importantly, this bill will protect our keiki. Licensed and registered professionals, teachers, and employees of any public or private school, physicians, psychologists, nurses, pharmacists, healthcare workers, law enforcement, childcare providers, coaches of any public or private agency providing recreational or sports activities are all mandated to report any child abuse or suspected child abuse. So why are the members of the clergy exempt? Today, the House of Representatives will have the opportunity to change the clergy exemption to save our keiki from sexual assault and abuse. For those reasons, I support the passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, is there further discussion on 1090? Representative Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
Even though I am in strong support of this measure, I believe this bill does not go far enough in addressing reporting by the clergy. I understand the sanctity of penitential communications. However, protecting our children should supersede this practice, and no exception should exist. This bill requires that the clergy need only report child abuse or neglect that may occur in the reasonably foreseeable future if it is especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, which means a conscienceless or pitiless crime which is unnecessarily torturous to a victim, which can be found in HR 706-657. However, meeting this threshold may be problematic and discretionary. Our duty is to protect our keiki at all costs, and this bill, as it is written, is the first step in doing so. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Okay, if not, 1091, 1092, 1093. Representative Ward.
Speaker, I have an amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 2 have been distributed.
Representative Ward.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Perrick. Representative Perrick.
I second the amendment.
All right, members, is there any discussion on the floor amendment? Representative Ward.
Speaker, I rise in support of the amendment.
Please proceed.
A very simple amendment. Mr. Speaker, in the context that we've been talking about no cash bail, this amendment is simply one word that is already an existing statute. It says that the judiciary shall allow the indigent, the poor, those who don't have the money to make bail and they have to go to jail. It says they sign a promissory note that is an IOU, and that's all the amendment is about. It's something where we've had cash bail, we had the governor do a bill that everybody loved, and then he vetoed it. The mayor got involved, and there's a plethora of no cash bail going on in the mainland. This simply came up in 2019. I want to thank Kat Brady publicly for bringing it to my attention. It's already on the books. It says, if you don't have the money, just sign your name. If you show up in court, they rip it up, and it's finished. Mr. Speaker, this is a very simple amendment. It's a no-brainer. It says instead of may, and I don't know why the judiciary hasn't utilized it, why the judges are ignoring it, and maybe they don't know about it. But I hope that this will bring it to their attention and to know that that is already on the books, and this is a bill that it's inserted to bring to their attention. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I hope we have no cash bail vis-a-vis this IOU promissory note. Thank you.
Representative Tarnas.
In opposition to this floor amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. This floor amendment is requiring the court, saying the court shall order the defendant released upon an execution of an unsecured financial bond for all or part of the bail amount by the defendant. The whole effort of this bill, the underlying bill itself, is to be permissive, to give more discretion to the court. And I will speak to more of the details on the bill when we come to the main motion. But this floor amendment actually runs counter to what the purposes of the bill itself, because it is tying the hands of the judges and compelling them to use this one particular means. So I urge the members to vote against this floor amendment. Thank you.
Representative Ward.
Speaker, also in favor of the amendment. I find it rather strange that if you're a judge and you say you got to go to jail or sign this promissory note, that's being unkind or giving a lack of options to those who are indigent. Mr. Speaker, you know we have over 50% of our families are Alice families. They don't have enough money to survive, and those who go to jail are generally those who don't have the money. This is a no-brainer to say it's not going to cost us anything, but if you show up to court, this is simply a disciplinary matter, and the judges are basically psychologists, so to speak, in terms of what best to do to turn the person around. So to say it's unkind for the judge to give an opportunity to sign a promissory note versus, hey, you're going to go to jail because you don't have any money, that doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. For those reasons, this is a very simple thing that we need to get on the books and ask with shall that the judges will do this for the sake of the poor in the state of Hawaii. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion on the floor amendment? If not, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor of the floor amendment say aye. All opposed say no. The floor amendment fails. We're back on the main motion on 1093. Any discussion on 1093? Representative Tarnas.
Thank you. In support?
Please proceed.
Thank you. The main goal of this bill, and I want to thank the introducer, the representative from Kalihi, for his hard work on this. We're adopting the best practices from throughout the country on how to improve our pre-trial detention practices within the state of Hawaii. The representative from Kalihi attended a series of presentations and workshops run by the National Conference and State Legislatures in order to learn about best practices from across the country. This bill is the product of that work. And I recognize some members might feel uncomfortable with some of the things that we're talking about here and the recommendations, but this is a big paradigm shift. So I can understand their discomfort, and I think whatever reservations they have about this bill, that's okay. I think it will improve the bill as it goes forward. The main goal of this bill is to reduce the number of unnecessary arrests made in criminal cases to reduce the overcrowding of our correctional facilities. And it's done by authorizing a 48-hour grace period after a missed initial court appearance. Now this is to standardize the current practice of continuances that many judges already grant. Well, this will also be done in conjunction with another bill that we have, which authorizes the judiciary to send text messages and emails to remind people that they should show up at court. The other thing this bill does, it authorizes officers to issue citations in lieu of making certain arrests. This bill deals only with misdemeanors, Mr. Speaker, so that means only nonviolent crimes are eligible for the provisions in this bill. Most of the provisions pertain to pretrial detainees and not those who have been adjudicated. The provisions relating to drug testing do apply to parolees, but often they have been adjudicated for a different crime and then rearrested for a failed drug test. So this bill helps to keep them out of jail as well. This bill also makes meaningful reforms to the determination of eligibility for pretrial release and promote greater fairness and equity in the criminal courts by doing a number of things. Let me just mention and highlight a few. It requires that copies of the bail report be provided to the parties, including the defendant's counsel, no later than the commencement of the bail hearing. It requires that bail be set in an amount affordable to the defendant under certain circumstances. It prohibits the denial of pretrial release based solely upon certain factors, such as the defendant's first positive test for drug use. It requires automatic issuance of no-contact orders in assaultive cases. It prohibits a defendant from being arrested for a violation of conditions of release solely because the defendant had one positive drug test. It requires the prosecution, with respect to sanctions for violations of conditions of release, to prove by a preponderance of the evidence based on certain specified criteria that the defendant intentionally or knowingly violated reasonable conditions of release. And the last one I want to highlight is that a law enforcement officer issuing a citation in lieu of arrest must find and be reasonably satisfied that the person poses no significant danger to a specific or reasonably identifiable person or persons. This bill does a number of different things. I will leave it to the introducer to expound upon this further, but I urge all members to support this very important bill in adopting pretrial best practices to the state of Hawaii. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gannon,
Mr. Speaker, in support.
please proceed.
It's become the fashion this year to mention religion, so I'll just share something that was told to me when I was a kid. I was told to act as if you had faith, and faith will be given to you. So I'm acting. And as an act of that faith, I suppose in democracy, this bill is the work of many hands in coordination with the chairs of Corrections, Military and Veterans Affairs, and the Judiciary, through a state-sponsored bipartisan fellowship with the National Coalition of State Legislatures, the MacArthur Foundation, utilizing best practices from other states, and most importantly, existing court procedures that have been in effect in Hawaii for decades. What is presented is not new. The legislature ordinarily abhors an omnibus. I understand why. But that is what is necessary here. Mr. Speaker, the right to be free pending a trial on the merits of a criminal case is enshrined in our federal and state constitutions. For the last several decades, we have used pretrial incarceration in Hawaii as a means to prevent future crime and to punish defendants. Under the Constitution, the first reason, preventative detention, that's valid. But punishment without a trial is a violation of human rights, as we have argued internationally. The federal courts have essentially abolished bail, instead holding defendants only if they are a danger to themselves or others or are a flight risk. The intent of this bill is to decrease crime through proven methods. Section 2 of this bill allows, but does not force, a judge to offer a defendant a continuance for 48 hours to appear for a pretrial hearing. Regular working people with nonviolent charges have issues with lack of reliable transportation, the inability to find childcare, or simply losing track of dates. They miss court appearances often. The courts, without our help, have expanded hearings significantly during COVID to utilize Zoom and other technologies. I would like myself, Mr. Speaker, and many others to... That too? Okay. To think of how we were reminded when to go to the dentist, or pay your phone bill, or file your ethics forms. For nonviolent petty misdemeanors and misdemeanors, court dates are important. However, allowing an individual to essentially reschedule without being incarcerated is an important and often used option. This practice is not codified. Judges are not rubber stamps. This legislation allows courts to refer to the code to give guidance. Mr. Speaker, Section 4 allows, but does not force, county police officers to have discretion in giving citations, essentially tickets with an order to appear instead of arrests for nonviolent, petty misdemeanors and misdemeanors. The Honolulu Police Department has come out in support of this, as an arrest for a minor nonviolent charge entangles an officer for hours, ratchets up the danger of an interaction, and means an officer is unable to assist in other more serious offenses that arise during a shift. This has become the practice, at least here on Oahu, but without guidance from the legislature. It is important to note that arrests for minor crimes do not lead to a lower crime rate. Sweeping arrests and arrest-heavy policies do not solve issues related to mental health or houselessness. Citations have been studied internationally and nationally. They save time, increase law enforcement efficiency, enhance community police relations by reducing the ill will that results from unnecessary arrests, and importantly, Mr. Speaker, reduces taxpayer jail costs and overcrowding. Section 8 amends the Hawaii Revised Statutes to align with the modern use of the terms of bail. A task force convening prosecutors, defenders, the courts, the Office of the Attorney General, and numerous others, including the Vice Chair of Judiciary, suggested simple amendments to the code 5 years ago. These amendments protect victims by codifying the practice of issuing automatic stay-away orders in cases involving alleged physical or sexual assault. It also codifies the practice in drug court, veterans court, and women's court, in which one positive drug test does not automatically trigger an arrest. Section 13 allows the discretion, not yet codified, to order a defendant to undertake a substance abuse assessment. Mr. Speaker, we collectively now know much more about the way addiction and mental health operate than we did 50 years ago at the onset of the war on drugs. There are several other measures that our body, the federal government, and the counties have adopted that advance drug treatment facilities, triage centers, and housing for those who are recovering from addiction.
Representative Mizuno.
I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the law needs to catch up. Pretrial incarceration and monitoring for continued drug use is still an option for courts. This just honors what we now know about addiction in the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, I think that we should remember. We should remember the legislature of 1993 and 94, in which inaction led to a federal court case and federal oversight of the Department of Public Safety and contracts with private prisons to reduce overcrowding that we still have. Mr. Speaker, I think we should also remember our collective experience from just last summer, in which years of inaction at the legislature led to a Supreme Court case which caused near disarray in the way defendants are charged with serious crimes and a request by all county prosecutors to call a special session. To the extent possible, Mr. Speaker, these sorts of situations can and should be avoided with best practices.
Is there further discussion on this measure? Representative Alcos.
Mr. Speaker, safety should be the most important.
In support or opposition?
I'm opposition on this.
Please proceed.
Safety should be the most important thing for our families, for our community, even for our state. And the reason why these bills are coming out is because it's overcrowded on jail. We don't want to hold prisoners or convict low crime. But this is danger to our society. It's increasing more crime on our street. So we need to protect our families, and I'm opposed on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this bill authorizes a grace period of 48 hours after an initial missed court appearance. And as I had mentioned in the judiciary hearing, I believe that part of my job is to be a good example for our community, especially our keiki. And what kind of example are we setting to them if we're telling them that court is not important and you can show up 48 hours later? The public defender's testimony and support refers to making an honest mistake or a family emergency. However, the bill does not mention any of this. It just gives a blanket 48-hour exemption for anybody. Proponents say that this is best practices from rural states around the country. I believe those states may be red states in the middle America, so I don't know how relevant those, lessons we've learned from those rural states are valid here. Also our rural courts are on the neighbor islands, and in the testimony we've learned that they only operate once or twice a week. And when I had asked them how they would practically administer this measure, nobody had any answers. Also, just to note that the judiciary who would have to administer these new changes is in strong opposition. In fact, from their testimony, quote, "The judiciary strongly opposes this section of the bill as untenable and disruptive to daily court operations. This proposed legislation disregards the function of the court and disrupts the orderly judicial process and detracts from the serious nature of court proceedings. The court is an institution based on rules and procedures. For every hearing, the court provides notice to the litigants and counsels based on established rules. Court calendars exist for a reason, Mr. Speaker. Hearings are intentionally scheduled in advance to provide the judge and staff time to adequately prepare, which, by the way, this measure makes police officers be judges on the spot without having time to adequately prepare. Such a scheduling system is vital to maintaining an organized and thoughtful judicial process. Permitting defendants to suddenly appear for their court hearings without notice to the court and parties disrupts the system. This bill forces courts to accommodate walk-ins and requires prosecutors and defense counsel to be on standby at every courthouse. There are insufficient resources for such accommodations. The testimony alludes to what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. Should we let kids show up to school whenever they feel like it, or take the test whenever, 48 hours after it's initially scheduled? There's another section which creates a rebuttable presumption, and I'm not a lawyer, so I had to take the word of the Hawaii County Prosecutor's Office and all the other prosecuting offices which were in opposition. And, they say the rebuttable presumption creates a rebuttable presumption that a defendant is entitled to release on recognizance or supervised release. So on the spot, the police officer already is leaning towards releasing the person. The burden is then placed upon the prosecution to establish by clear and convincing evidence that release would be inappropriate based upon certain criteria. Presumptions of release mandates like these further decrease the public's trust and confidence in our criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, speaking of remembering what happened last summer, we did pass a measure similar to this, which did subsequently get vetoed by the governor, and I took lots of flack in my community for it. I was asked many times. In fact, when this bill was brought up in front of our neighborhood board a few weeks ago, it was faced with heavy opposition, only opposition. And I'll just end with the prosecuting attorney of the city and county of Honolulu, because my community is looking for increased safety, Mr. Speaker, not to be letting more people out on the streets after they commit these offenses. And the city and county of Honolulu states that we urge the committee to maintain the current safeguards that are used to assess a pretrial detainee and allow our courts to continue to consider each defendant's circumstances and background on a case-by-case basis. Not only does this provide the best opportunity for the court to consider each person's potential for dangerousness, obstruction of justice, witness tampering, and other illegal activity, it also provides for the best opportunity for courts to determine if and how to safely release an individual back in the community. So, Mr. Speaker, I understand we have a jail overpopulation problem.
Representative Gates.
Mr. Speaker, I yield my time.
Thank you. But our community is looking to be for more safeguards, not to relax the safeguards. And if we need more space in jails, then maybe we should build a new one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Perrick.
In opposition.
Please proceed.
I'd like to have the words from the representative from Kalihi adopted as if they're my own.
So ordered.
I'd also like to point out to the body a few examples of misdemeanors. So these are things that if occurred or if experienced by a citizen of Hawaii, they wouldn't have to go to jail now. That is disorderly conduct, simple assault, harassment, trespassing, theft. Have these things become irrelevant? Driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, reckless driving, possession of marijuana, resisting arrest. So if we resist arrest, now we can't get arrested? Violation of a restraining order, indecent exposure. Have clothes become irrelevant? Vandalism or criminal property damage, prostitution or solicitation of prostitution. I think the person or the group that has the most akamai in this conversation is the police. Let's see what the police have to say on this issue. Our officers are on the front lines, battling crime 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We know who the habitual criminals and repeat offenders are, who are arrested repeatedly just to see them set free without any consequences. The rate of certain types of criminal activity, including violent crimes, have jumped over the last several years. The homicide rate is more than double the rate from 2021 and going back to 2017. Robberies and auto thefts have also leaped to their highest levels in over 5 years. Passing over the needs of victims of these crimes in our community, this bill arbitrarily emphasizes the need to address life disruption and bias experienced by those arrested and positions bail reform as the way to address it and solve prison overcrowding. But we ask, at what cost? Our community cannot afford the consequences of this bill. I think if the police say this is a bad idea and this is a bill to address what the police are doing, we must listen to them. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Caruso.
Mr. Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
I would just like to have the comments from the representative from Waimea entered into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Ward.
Speaker, in opposition.
Please proceed.
Speaker, in a summary statement, I would say this is part of the series of get out of jail free that has been sweeping the mainland, and I think some people in this body feel like that's the best way to do it in order to save money, not save safety, but to save money. Lastly, I would say, may I have the remarks of the representative from downtown as my own, except take away the red states and say the blue states where most of these get out of jail free things are occurring. Thank you.
So ordered. Further discussion. Representative Kobayashi.
Mr. Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
We should be reminded that approximately 40% of the people who are in jail have violated supervision or awaiting trial. These pretrial people number over 1,000 year after year after year. They are not convicted. They haven't even gone to court, but they're in jail at the cost of what is equivalent to an Ivy League tuition and room and board. So I urge support for this item. Thank you.
Or is there further discussion or written remarks, members? Any written remarks? Representative Garcia?
In opposition?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot was mentioned, and I agree with them for those who are against the bill, so I'll save my comments. But the term was mentioned, best practices. This isn't best practices, this is bad practices. And it mentions that this is only focusing on misdemeanors, non-violent offenses, promoting pornography for minors, possession of a childlike sex doll, criminal trespassing, negligent homicide. I'm sorry, but this is a soft on crime bill, and the people of Hawaii have spoken loud and clear this last election that they just don't feel safe. And so we pass bills like this, and last year, no bill, making our streets more and more unsafe, so no vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Matsumoto?
In opposition.
Please proceed.
And permission to insert written comments in the journal.
So ordered.
And a brief comment.
Please proceed.
I have surveyed my district for the last 10 years, and every year we ask, what is the biggest issue facing our community? What is the biggest issue facing our state? For the first 8 years, crime was not even in the top 5. Last year, crime was number 1, and this year crime was number 2. This is a huge concern for our districts and for our communities, and I think it's something that we really need to look into further as we move forward if this bill is going to pass today. Thank you.
Representative Kila?
In opposition, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
I appreciate the comments given from our Judiciary Chair and the representative from Kalihi, and I hope and envision that maybe one day we can move towards this system. But at this time, when the residents are asking for us to come a little bit harder on the issues we are facing, this is the reason for my opposition. Mahalo.
Representative Takayama?
Mr. Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
We've all heard in this chamber and in our communities the fact that our correctional facilities are overfilled beyond capacity. And we also have all heard the concerns from our neighbors about crime in our communities. This measure addresses both issues by ensuring that those who are in jail and who are in prison are those who are awaiting trial for the most serious crimes, the repeat offenders, those who have used or threatened violence against our fellow citizens. Those are the ones who should be and would have space in our jail while they await trial. And this bill does so by ensuring that those who are unable to afford bail, simply for the reasons of poverty, are not the ones who are sitting in jail awaiting trial. For those reasons, I ask my colleagues to support this measure.
Representative Ayu?
In opposition, permission to enter the comments from the representative from Palama into the journal as if they were my own, with the exception that I am an attorney and I do understand what a rebuttable presumption is. Thank you, Speaker.
So ordered. Representative Capella?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support,
Please proceed.
I would just like to adopt the words of the chair and the vice chair from Judiciary into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Souza?
That's okay, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Representative Todd?
Thank you. In support.
Please proceed.
I share many of the concerns, and I'm hopeful that as this progresses through the legislative session, that specifically some of the violence-adjacent, crimes are addressed and maybe carved out. But as a model, I think it's generally a good idea to relieve some of that burden, and I think it's also worth noting that there's a lot of evidence that just even a brief stint of incarceration, much less prolonged, can actually make someone more likely to reoffend in the future. So there may be the opportunity where this could actually potentially reduce crime in the long run. provided that we make some of those carve-outs down the road prior to passage, I think I'd be generally supportive. And I think it's also worth considering that, generally speaking, crime is declining nationwide and has been for the last 30 plus years, pretty much the entire length of my very, well, sometimes it feels young life, maybe not today. And so while we're categorizing crime trends, it's valuable to keep in mind that the recent uptick may have more to do with the COVID pandemic, because we've seen this uptick everywhere, and we're starting to begin to see a subsequent decline. So just worth considering while we're making these decisions that, generally speaking, crime has been declining, even though attention on crime has been increasing. And I think it's worth collecting data over the next few years to see if our crime rates continue to fall back to prior trends, or if the trend we're seeing over the last 2 to 3 years is something indicative of a larger social and societal shift. Thank you.
Is there further? Representative Souza.
In opposition, can you please enter the words of the representative from Wanalua into the record as my own with the same caveat? Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Matsuyoshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
I think we did not learn the lessons of last year when this bill came up, specifically the exclusive nature of these. There are certain misdemeanors that I think should probably be excluded because they are more violent adjacent to it. That came up very, very late in testimony after the bill passed this body and went to the governor, but I do think that they had a point. Instead of using exclusive language, though, I think we need to be using inclusive language and specifically identify what crimes should fall under this bill, and thereby excluding all others, not creating certain exemptions that are up for debate or interpretation. The other portion of this bill that I have concerns about is the language being inserted to require that in order to deny bail, that now a significant danger must be shown, and danger to a specific person or persons. That I think is too restrictive. And if someone is a danger to, is showing themselves to be a danger to someone, not just a specific person, then bail also should be considered to be denied. Thank you.
Is there further discussion, members? Representative Hashimoto.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Chun.
Same request.
So ordered. Further discussion? Okay, if not, we'll be taking the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 34, Stancom Report number 1062, HB number 1241, HD2, Rep. Amato votes no. Stancom Report number 1067, HB number 692, HD1, Rep. Hashimoto votes no. On page 35, Stancom Report number 1073, HB number 70, HD2, Rep. Capella votes no. On page 36, Stancom Report number 1083, HB number 650, HD2, the following vote no. Kila, Kitagawa, Kong. On page 37, Stancom Report number 1092, HB number 1154, HD2, the following vote no. Hussey Burdick, Capella. And on Stancom Report number 1093, HB number 1336, HD2, the following vote no. Ayu, Gates, Holt, Kahaloa, Kila, Kitagawa, Lamasao, Lowen, Matayoshi, Nishimoto, Sayama, Tam, Quinlan. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 33, SCR 1047, House Bill 1340, House Draft 2, Rep. Pirrick votes no. SCR 1051, HB 187, House Draft 2, Reps. Garcia, Pirrick, and Ward vote no. Page 34, SCR 1060, HB 975, House Draft 2, Rep. Pirrick votes no. SCR 1062, House Bill 1241, House Draft 2, Rep. Herrick votes no. SCR 1065, House Bill 1201, House Draft 1, Rep. Herrick votes no. SCR 1067, House Bill 692, House Draft 1, Rep. Garcia votes no. Page 35. SCR 1076, HB 1091, House Draft 2, Rep. Herrick votes no. SCR 1077, House Bill 1159, House Draft 2, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Perrick, and Ward vote no. Page 36, SCR 1079, House Bill 167, House Draft 2, Rep. Garcia, Perrick, and Ward vote no. SCR 1080, House Bill 448, House Draft 2, Reps. Garcia, Perrick, and Ward vote no. SCR 1083, House Bill 650, House Draft 2, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Perrick, and Ward vote no. Page 37, SCR 1090, House Bill 350, House Draft 2, Rep. Garcia votes no. SCR 1091, House Bill 1319, House Draft 2, Reps. Garcia, Matsumoto, and Ward vote no. SCR 1093, House Bill 1336, House Draft 2, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Perrick, Souza, and Ward vote no.
All right, members, have all votes been cast on these measures? Okay, if so, said measures pass third reading. Members, can we take a 5-minute recess, subject to the call of the chair? Recess. With House come to order, members, we're on page 38. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the standing committee reports listed on pages 38 through 42, and that the accompanying House bills, as may be amended, pass third reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Right, is there any discussion, members, on beginning with SCR 1094 on page 38? 1094, 1095, 1096. Representative Garcia.
In opposition?
Please proceed.
And just want to reiterate that legal documents ought to report accurate information, and allowing someone to change their gender to a preferred one is not accurate information.
Representative Tam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support,
please proceed.
Marriage certificates are important legal documents necessary for a number of different affairs, both legal and financial. These certificates are needed for sharing health and other insurance benefits, applying for a loan or a mortgage, filing taxes, arranging property succession or retirement benefits to a spouse, giving tax-free gifts to a spouse, custody changes, international travel, amongst many others. There are other avenues in Hawaii that allow for an individual to change their names and gender on their driver's licenses, birth certificates, and other legal documents. But as of now, there's no way to update a marriage certificate to reflect someone's preferred name or gender identity. This could cause legal and clerical issues if these documents do not match up. The only way for an individual to change and correct their gender or sex identifier on a marriage certificate is by legally filing for a divorce and remarrying for a new certificate. This is costly, emotionally distressing, and will unnecessarily raise Hawaii's divorce rates. Marriage is sacred and an expression of an individual's love for and commitment to one another. It is disheartening that couples who have made it through the often difficult journey of a transition aren't allowed to have their truth reflected on their marriage certificates. People should have the opportunity to have this important document reflected of their true current selves. People should not have to be misgendered or dead named on a legal and highly personal and sentimental document. The advocates for this bill are asking for dignity and respect, and the legislature should pass this bill granting that. Thank you.
Representative Perrick.
In opposition.
Please proceed.
Gender is binary. I'm going to get graphic. Males have a penis and women have a vagina. If somebody undergoes sex change surgery, if they're buried and they're excavated, their bones stay the same surgery. God said in Genesis 1 that he made mankind in his image. Male and female, he created them. There's only two genders, and if we're trying to share with people that you can change your gender, we are deceiving them.
Point of order.
Please state your point.
The previous speaker is conflating sex and gender, and I would like the record to reflect that.
So ordered. Representative Perrick.
I can give the same speech again, but just use the word sex each time.
Perrick, are you standing? This is your second speech
in opposition.
Please proceed.
I can give the same speech again if everyone would like, but just use the word sex. They're the same thing.
Representative Alcos.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose this.
Please proceed.
Bill. Again, my community that I represent in our area mostly believe that there should be only two genders, male or female. And I don't feel that in a marriage, you know, when your birth certificate, it says you're, when you get born, they recognize your gender right away, right from birth, right at the minute off. They see what you have, and that's your identity. You can't change your identity when you get married, so therefore I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Representative Ichiyama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support.
Please proceed.
I wanted to let the members know that I introduced this bill on behalf of my constituents. This is not a hypothetical situation. This affects real people and real lives. My constituents are able to change their name, amend their birth certificate, get a new driver's license, but not update their marriage certificate. To me, this is one of the last few statutes relating to government documents that should be updated to reflect our changing society. I wanted to thank the Equality Caucus for adopting this measure as a part of its caucus package. I also wanted to share my appreciation with the Health, Judiciary, and Finance Committees for hearing this measure and moving it forward on behalf of my constituents. This bill tells not only my constituents, but the rest of the community that we see them for who they are, we accept them, and that their relationship is valid under the laws of the state of Hawaii. Thank you.
Representative Peruso,
In strong support.
please proceed.
I wanted to first thank the introducer of this bill, not just for the pragmatic implications and the positive impact it will have on her constituents, but also because it allows us to have this very important conversation around sex, gender, and identity. And I do think it's important to clarify that sex is biological, gender is socially constructed, and that's a very important distinction. And I hope that moving forward in our legal work, we can be very clear about that distinction.
Representative Garcia,
Second time in opposition.
please proceed.
Thank you. For thousands of years, sex and gender has been the exact same thing. There's male and female, period. The previous speaker mentioned changing things to fit their truth. If we're going to allow people to change legal information on legal documents to fit their version of truth, should we allow name changes are allowed? Should we allow age changes, address changes, race changes, hair color changes, eye color changes? No, because you can't change what's truth. This is a legal document. It should report accurate information.
Representative Martin,
Thank you. In strong support.
please proceed.
I want to thank the introducer of this bill, and I also wanted to have the words of the representative from Waikiki adopted as my own.
So ordered. Representative Hussey Burdick,
Mr. Speaker, in support.
please proceed.
Sex and, I wanted to let the record show that sex and gender are both non-binary, with around 1.7% of the population born with intersex traits, and many are found by doctors later in life to have traits that they didn't originally know. And I would like the words from my floor comments on the 14th on this bill to be inserted into the journal again.
So ordered. Representative Sayama,
In support with brief comments.
please proceed.
I'd like to note that there have been many changes over the past 1,000 years, both socially and legally. Not to name a few, but to first of all, women weren't able to engage in our civic procedures. Persons of color were treated as property. These were truths back then. Things have changed for the better, and we are still working on them. And this bill, thanks to the introducer of the bill, will push that forward and make it clear in the state of Hawaii that you are accepted. And I just want to again urge the body to vote in support. Thank you.
Representative Souza,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support,
please proceed.
thank you to the introducer for this bill, and also allowing a change on a marriage certificate of bride, groom, partner, or spouse is fine by me. Thank you.
Is there further discussion, members? If not, 1102. Next page, 1103, 1106, 1109, 1112. Representative Lamasau.
Sorry, Speaker, if we can go back to 1109
Yes, please proceed.
with reservations. Thank
So
you.
ordered. Further discussion on 1109. Representative Ward.
Speaker, when appropriate, can we go back to 1106, please?
Yes, 1109 first. Any discussion? If not, 1106, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill is free lunches and...
Support or opposition?
Oh, sorry, in support.
Please proceed.
My concern is that this is indicative of the need to diversify the economy. We have free breakfasts, free lunches, because we don't have enough money in families that they can afford to do this, Mr. Speaker. These are the Alice families that I'm referring to, those that are over 50% of the population who are asset limited, income challenged, and they're working, they're employed. It's like, as I mentioned before on the floor, it's like having 8 kids. 3 of them you can feed, 2 are on ration, and then the other are on SNAP and other government programs. If we can afford families with an income to feed their families, Mr. Speaker, we're derelict in our duties. This is why we have to diversify the economy. We have to create good jobs and high-paying jobs. And this is just a reminder of it. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on 1106? Okay, if not, we're back on 1112, 1114. Representative Perrick,
In opposition.
please proceed.
This bill is designed to provide bailout for a company that goes under. I don't believe the government should be feeding tax dollars to failed economies or failed businesses. If I start a business and I fail, I wouldn't expect my neighbors to pay taxes to rescue my business.
All right, is there further discussion? If not, next page, 1119. Okay, 1121, Representative Ward.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor amendment.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 3 have been distributed.
Representative Ward.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Perrick.
I second the motion.
Is there any discussion? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this amendment is to safeguard
In
the
support of the floor amendment.
Yes, support of the floor amendment.
Please proceed.
Sorry, sir. The purpose of the floor amendment is to safeguard the $600 million which we have passed and promised to the Hawaiians. Like many of us in this chamber, last session, we sang the praises of the positive nature of this. We virtue signaled how good this was going to be for the Hawaiian community. I was one of those. But, Mr. Speaker, when I saw this bill, I saw a blank where, in effect, the $600 million we backed out because we only gave them a short period of time to implement it, and then to put it back in, it was blank. So, Mr. Speaker, this amendment simply puts in a dollar amount of $600 million, of which we promised, legally passed, that we would give the Hawaiians. Now, I know when someone say, well, they've already spent $19.6 million. Well, let's give them another $19.6 million. After 100 years of only having 9,800 homes, 28,000 on the wait list, it's about time we top off, if you will, Mr. Speaker. So the point is, this is to make genuine what we did last year, $600 million, in not leaving it blank, so between the House and the Senate we can do some horse trading and perhaps cheat the Hawaiians again out of what otherwise they deserve. Thank you, Speaker.
All right, Representative Ward, the chair will be striking the terms genuine and cheating. Representative Hashimoto.
Thank you, Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
I think, when you take a look at this bill, it's a simple bill to allow some of the things that Department of Hawaiian Homeland wants to do. And I think when we took a look at this bill, we needed to really try and figure out how to ensure the $600 million would be available. And I think when you take a look at the provision that this floor amendment tries to fix, it's actually really defecting the bill, because the way that we are trying to move this bill along is we're not sure how much money is actually needed to reappropriate. So essentially what our original bill does is force lapses and reappropriates the funds. So really what you have to do is you have to minus out how much money they've already spent, which is at this date, it's about $23 million. By the time we get to end the session, it's probably going to be more, maybe upwards of $50 million. And you're going to have to minus that out and put it back into the bill to reappropriate the funds to ensure that they have the funding available to use for the allotted period of time that DHHL wishes to have it. So I think this is a very disingenuous amendment which doesn't follow the intent of what the Department of Hawaiian Homelands actually wants. So I ask the body to vote it down. Thank you.
All right, Representative Hashimoto, the chair will be striking the term disingenuous. Representative Ward.
Anthropologists say reciprocity is the basis of all relationships. Thank you, Speaker, for that even playing field. Mr. Speaker, I would just add a note that if in effect we've spent $20 million or whatever, I would give the honorable gentleman from Maui the amendment to change it, put $580 million if that's the case. But the point is, don't leave it blank to do horse trading between the House and the Senate. We cannot risk that, and this is where the genuine sense of commitment to the Hawaiian people of $600 million is what this bill is all about. It's not about personal things, it's about what the community has waited for 100 years to build the houses with 28,000 on the wait list. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be overemphasized. We shouldn't be nickeling and diming this thing. We should say, here's the money, we're not going to change it, we're going to fill in the blank, and we're going to do it now, and you don't have to worry about when the House and the Senate go horse trading. That's Simply all we want to do is to say, this is a commitment, we're keeping our word. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion on the floor amendment? If not, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor of the floor amendment say aye. All opposed say no. The floor amendment fails. We're back on the main motion. Any discussion on SCR 1121? Representative Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and strong support.
Please proceed.
And first, I'd like to give great thanks to the Housing Chair for doing a lot of work on this measure to help the department responsibly spend the $600 million we appropriated last year. You know, I do appreciate the representative from Hawaii Kai's concern for making sure we spend this responsibly. And Mr. Speaker, because of your foresight and introducing HR 10 and, you know, creating that working group, which the representative from Hawaii Kai is a part of, we also did have a meeting yesterday, and the Housing Chair did lay out to us all of the information which he just explained again about spending the money. And side note, they're doing a good job at spending the money, so we will keep on top of that and make sure it's spent well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further discussion? Representative Kahaloa.
Mahalo, Mr. Speaker. In support,
Please proceed.
may I please adopt the words of the representative from Palama?
So ordered.
Mahalo.
Further discussion, Representative Kila.
Mr. Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
It's measures like this that we have passed out through the Housing Committee that will help Native Hawaiians succeed here in Hawaii, keeping us on the land. So I appreciate the introducer, I appreciate the Housing Chair for doing the measure, and thank you to the body for the support of this.
Okay, is there further discussion? If not, we're on 1124. 1127. Representative Garrett.
Reservations, please.
So ordered. Representative Kila.
Reservations, please.
So ordered. Representative Ayu.
Reservations.
So ordered. Further discussion? If not, 1130. 1131. Representative Garrett.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, can we go back to 11:30 at the appropriate time?
Yes, please proceed.
Reservations again, thank you.
So ordered. Representative Ayu.
Same request.
So ordered.
Oh, Mr. Speaker,
Representative Lamasau.
same request. Thank
So
you.
ordered. Further discussion on 1130. Representative Takanuchi.
With reservations.
Please proceed. So ordered. Representative Chun.
Reservation, Speaker.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Kahaloa.
Same request.
So ordered. Further discussion? If not, 1131. Representative Ward.
Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, if you're a beachfront owner, this is a super bill for you. This bill, because of sea level rise, will allow you to move your house to an inland safe place, which has a relocation fund in the bill. It has a way of getting land trade exchanges. So if you're a millionaire on the beach, you're in great shape. If you're Hawaiian on the beach, Mr. Speaker, and you have no home, you have no relocation, this is a smack in the face. I hope you don't cut that out. This is an unfair bill, Mr. Speaker. It gives priorities to those who can afford to move on their own, but yet those who cannot afford are not given any sense of relocation. We have Hawaiians living on the beach. How many Hawaiian homes have we got for those? Well, there's 28,000, probably a good share of those on the beach. The point is, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that really differentiates in an unfair way. If you have got the wherewithal to be on the beach, we're going to help you because of sea level rise. But if you're on the beach out of homelessness, we have no way to help you. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where this bill came from or where it's going, but it's using the sea level rise issue as another excuse for, I don't want to be called out of order, for denigrating a particular group of people who live on the beach, but they don't have anything over their heads. How's that for a euphemism? Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Perrick.
No, please.
So ordered. Representative Hussey Burdick.
Reservations, please.
So ordered. Representative Matsumoto.
Really not a potential conflict.
Please state your potential conflict.
This could affect my family home.
Sorry, could you please repeat
This
that?
could affect my family home.
All right, the chair's ruling is that there is no conflict because this measure affects a class of individuals and homeowners. The
Okay.
ruling remains in effect through sine die unless circumstances change.
Thank you. So with reservations, please.
So ordered.
And I think one of my reservations with this bill is the part with eminent domain. I think there's a lot that we need to look. This is, of course, an issue. We're seeing it all across North Shore, my former district. But I do think we need to look at all of the specifics in the bill and the 3 different ways that we're trying to address this. And if I could please have written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
With reservations.
So ordered. Further discussion? Representative Alcos.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Amato.
In opposition.
So ordered. Is there further discussion? If not, 1133. Representative Perrick.
No, please.
Further discussion? 1134. Representative Perrick.
This bill, no, please.
Please proceed.
This bill would be using tax dollars to study the weather, to study climate change. I believe the private sector can best use their resources to study the weather, and then we can just ask them for a copy and save tax dollars.
Is there further discussion? If not, on the next page, 1138, 1140, 1141, 1143. Representative Ward.
1141, if we can go back to that one.
Please proceed on 1141.
Mr. Speaker, this is the stormwater drain bill.
Is this a support or opposition?
In opposition.
Please proceed.
This is if you have a roof and a driveway and a sidewalk at your house, it's going to charge you a particularly percentage of the square footage. Mr. Speaker, this is another tax that has come at this county level. I think it's going to be one that people will regret once they see what's going on. But this one actually exempts which was said in committee that they were not going to be exempt, the State Department of Transportation, which has all these roads which are impervious. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I think government has to pay its fair share, and with this one, it doesn't. Thank you.
Representative Perrick.
For 1143?
1141. Okay. Further discussion? If not, 1143. Representative Perrick.
In opposition?
Please proceed.
My understanding is that this bill would increase the cost of future infrastructure, and Hawaii is in an economic crisis. So in order to build the economy, we need to have prices cheaper.
Right, is there further discussion? If not, 1145. Any discussion? Okay, if not, we'll be taking the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 39, STANCOM report number 1109, HB number 503 HD2, the following vote no. Ayu, Kila. On page 40, STANCOM report number 1127, HB number 203 HD1, the following vote no. Capella, Tam. On page 41, STANCOM report number 1130, HB number 755 HD1, following vote no. Kila, Kong. STANCOM report number 1131, HB number 756 HD2, the following vote no. Capella, Peruso, Poi Poi. On page 42, STANCOM report number 1140, HB number 1089 HD1, the following vote no. Hussey Burdick, Capella, Tam. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 38, SCR 1094, House Bill 848, House Draft 2, Rep. Pirrick votes no. SCR 1095, House Bill 1408, House Draft 3, Rep. Pirrick votes no. SCR 1096, HB 485, House Draft 3, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, and Perrick vote no. SCR 1102, House Bill 244, HD2, Rep. Perrick votes no. Page 39, SCR 1103, HB 850, House Draft 2, Rep. Pirrick votes no. SCR 1106, HB 540, HD1, Rep. Garcia and Perrick vote no. SCR 1109, HB 503, House Draft 2, Rep. Pirrick votes no. SCR 1112, HB 306, House Draft 2, Rep. Pirrick votes no. SCR 1114, HB 971, House Draft 2, Rep. Pirrick votes no. Page 40, SCR 1124, HB 88, House Draft 1, Rep. Herrick votes no. Page 41, SCR 1131, House Bill 756, House Draft 2, Rep. Garcia and Herrick vote no. And Ward vote no. SCR 1133, HB 952, House Draft 1, Reps. Garcia, Herrick vote no. SCR 1134, HB 993, House Draft 1, Reps. Garcia and Herrick vote no. Page 42, SCR 1138, HB 1394, House Draft 1, Rep. Herrick votes no. SCR 1141, HB 1101, House Draft 1, Rep. Ward votes no. SCR 1143, HB 346, House Draft 2, Reps. Garcia and Herrick vote no. SCR 1145, HB 1363, House Draft 3, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Herrick, and Ward vote no.
All right, members, have all votes been cast? Okay, if so, said measures pass third reading. Members, could we take a recess until 12:45? Recess subject to the call of the chair. With House come to order, members, we are on page 43. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Standing Committee report listed on pages 43 through 48, and that the accompanying House bills, as may be amended, pass third reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Is there any discussion beginning with SCR 1146? Representative Matsuyoshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to go too much into this because you all know my, strong support.
Please proceed.
I'm not going to go too much into this. You all know my strong support of this bill. I also want to point out that it does have broad public support. I'm sure many people's constituents have contacted them advocating for this bill. The one point I do want to make and reemphasize, Mr. Speaker, is that this is not a smoking cessation device. Flavored vaping products, while they may have some impact in allowing smokers to quit, 80% of youth have or try a flavored vaping product as their first tobacco product. That's 80% of our youth getting addicted, that are being addicted to nicotine based on these. So even if it does have some positive impact in smoking cessation, the overall impact on our society is that we're addicting another generation to nicotine, and we just can't afford that. Thank you.
Representative Chica.
In strong support, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
I would like to thank the introducer of the measure, Representative from Kaneohe. I'd like also to thank the chairs from Labor and Consumer Protection, as well as Finance, for moving this out of committee. This is a good bill. When I had first worked on this issue before being in here, I was pregnant with my first child. That child is now 6 years old, and he now goes to the same school where a lot of vaping behaviors are being observed at such a young age. As the representative and the introducer had mentioned, our kids deserve a life free of addiction. And right now, many of us grew up or had been exposed to households where there have been cigarettes or other tobacco products, but we didn't grow up in households that had, candy flavors and fruit flavors and all things that could be addicting and deemed as addicting to our kids. So I'd like to ask the rest of the body to join me in supporting this measure. Mahalo.
Is there further discussion? Representative Lamasal.
Mr. Speaker, with reservations,
Please proceed.
I'm afraid of the harmful unintended consequences this ban may cause to my community. This ban may compel people to purchase these goods online, and especially in the black market or in military bases. Thank you.
Representative Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With reservations, and may I please have the words of the previous speaker into the journal as if they're my own.
So ordered. Representative Takunuchi.
With reservations.
So ordered. Further discussion? Representative Quinlan.
Reservations, and may I have the words of the representative from Waipahu entered as if they were my own.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Keela.
Reservations, please.
So ordered. Representative Gates.
Mr. Speaker, reservations, brief comment.
Please proceed.
I support the intent of this measure, but as the representative from Waipahu stated, the unintended consequences may increase the issue that we're trying to resolve with this. I'll leave off by saying that I strongly believe that prohibition on these type of items do not work. Look at our firework issues, look at the many things that are happening on the black market because there is no regulatory platform for these things to exist. So thank you.
Representative Martin.
In support.
Please proceed.
As a mother, I feel like we can't protect our children from everything, but where we can protect them, we should. And so trying to protect our kids from predatory marketing, targeting them to get them addicted and hooked to support a particular industry lifelong is something that we should try to protect them from. Thank you.
Representative Peruso.
In strong support.
Please proceed.
I just want to add that there are a number of youth advocates who have become adults throughout the course of their advocacy on this bill, and I would really like to see them see some success on this measure.
Is there further discussion? If not, 1149, 1150, 1152.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kitagawa.
At the appropriate time, can we go to 1150?
Yes, please proceed on 1150.
With reservations, please.
So ordered. Representative Nakashima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and strong support.
Please proceed.
Thank you. HB 521 HD1 is targeted specifically for small farms with a maximum of 10 milk-producing cows. It is not a massive dairy operation with hundreds or thousands of cows. This bill helps to promote sustainable farming practices and provides consumers with a direct source of fresh, locally produced milk. This is especially important for Hawaii's rural areas where small-scale farming can serve as an important part of the local economy. While there is a small risk of illness associated with consuming raw milk, there is also other foods that also have the same risks. However, these can be minimized through proper production and handling practices. This bill specifically requires the establishment of standards to prevent such contamination. It is hypocritical from a health standpoint to illegalize sale of an item that are otherwise legal to consume. Farmers who produce raw milk can drink it or give it away free for human consumption, and it is not illegal. It is just the sale of raw milk that is currently illegal. Milk is not a drug. The general public will not be forced to consume raw milk. Even if this measure passes, most consumers may not even become aware that this option exists. Opponents have misconstrued the health dangers associated with just raw milk. The government allows consumers to access foods and other commodities that are also proven to cause illnesses ranging from leafy greens, raw fish, shellfish, raw eggs, raw meat, and even alcohol and cigarettes. The CDC website cautions against all of these items, not just raw milk. This measure is about protecting the family farm, giving consumers a choice, and not really about public health. It is time that Hawaii joins the 41 other states that allows for the sale of milk, raw milk, in one form or another. Mahalo.
Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
When I was a little child, or actually I was a toddler or baby perhaps, all I had access to was raw milk. So when milk became homogenized, I told my mom, Mommy, this milk is green. In other words, I thought the raw milk was ripe. Homogenized milk was green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Onishi.
Thank you, Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, 2 bills ago, people talked about how important it was to protect our children. The consumption of raw milk, although it can hurt the health of all people, it especially can affect the health of young children. The Department of Health continues to oppose this measure because of the impact it might have to public health. We have seen situations where farms that do not practice clean sanitation, do not have regular safeguards, can create situations where large portions of the population can be affected and become ill because of the products that they are producing. So, you know, if the Department of Health thought that there was very, very, very minor danger in the public consuming raw milk, then they wouldn't oppose it. But in this case, we do bill after bill to try to protect children's health. And this bill is taking us in the wrong direction. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Second time in support.
Please proceed.
I would like to have the words of the representative from District 1 inserted as if they were my own.
So ordered. Is there further discussion? If not, 1152. Representative Perrick.
No, please.
So ordered. Further discussion? 1154, 1163, 1165. Representative Souza?
Mr. Speaker, can we go back to 1163 at the appropriate time? Thank you.
Yes, please proceed. 1163.
So, Mr. Speaker, request for a ruling on a potential conflict.
Please state your potential conflict.
My cousin is the chair of the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission, and this bill deals with correctional system oversight, and the commission also submitted testimony in support of this measure.
Okay, Representative Souza, the chair's ruling is that this measure applies to a class of individuals and all correctional officers, so there is no conflict, and this ruling will remain in effect through sine die unless circumstances change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on 1163, if not 1165. Representative Perrick?
No, please.
Further discussion, 1166. 1160, Representative Matsumoto?
With reservations.
So ordered. 1168, Representative Lowen.
At the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, can we go back to Stancom Report 1166?
Okay, let's finish 1168, Representative Perrick.
No, please.
So ordered. Members, for edification, the no votes are recorded on green and pink slips. Unless you have comments, you don't need to state your no vote. Okay, Representative Lowen, we'll go back to 1166.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
Hawaii does not have a sustainable solid waste management system and is desperately in need of a systemic shift in how we think about and manage waste. Most waste created in the state is landfilled or incinerated, which represents a linear waste stream, is very costly to taxpayers and creates pollution that is harmful to the health of the environment and the residents of the state. Landfills discharge leachate, a contaminated toxic fluid, which has potential for leakage that can harm groundwater, surrounding communities, nearshore and marine resources downslope. On Oahu, the landfill produces around 9,800 gallons of leachate per day and sits over Hawaii's aquifer. Waste that is incinerated can be used to produce energy, but this process still produces air pollutants, greenhouse gases, and toxic ash. An average of 411 tons of toxic ash from H-Power are buried in the landfill every day. A linear waste management system is characterized by a take, make, and dispose model where virgin resources are extracted and goods are produced and then discarded, with the end result of a growing mountain of waste and depletion of resources. In a linear economy, taxpayers and local governments bear the cost for waste management. In contrast, a circular economy is designed to keep resources in use for as long as possible, reducing waste, conserving finite resources, and promoting sustainability. A circular economy prioritizes waste reduction and creates a closed-loop system where producers are responsible for at least some of the cost of disposal of their products, creating market-based incentives for waste reduction and product redesign that reduces waste at the source and facilitates reuse, composting, and recycling. A zero-waste initiative in Hawaii would elevate these circular economy principles and put them at the center of the state's waste management strategies, redirecting state and county agencies to prioritize source reduction, reuse, refill, composting, and to improve the availability of recycling services for waste that cannot be avoided, reused, or composted. The adoption of a zero-waste initiative would lead the shift away from the linear waste system and toward a circular economy that is more sustainable, will create green jobs, and will reduce costs for waste management that are borne by taxpayers. It would also address the environmental and public health concerns posed by our overflowing landfills. The second part of this bill is about creating an extended producer responsibility program for packaging waste. Extended producer responsibility, or EPR programs, can exist for almost any product type. There are existing programs in other jurisdictions that cover a range of products, including things like carpets, large appliances, e-waste, packaging waste, prescription drugs, batteries, paint, pesticides, tires, photovoltaic panels, used motor oil, and mattresses. Under these programs, producers are responsible for ensuring that services are available to reclaim them and recycle products when they reach the end of their useful life. And producers are accountable for ensuring that their products don't wind up in landfills. Countless tons of waste and virgin resources are avoided when these programs are implemented. Additionally, EPR programs for packaging waste already exist in Europe, Canada, China, India, Japan, South Korea, and many countries in Africa and South America, and in recent years have been adopted in California, Colorado, Maine, and Oregon, and proposed in many other state legislatures. For those with concerns about whether implementation of this program would add to the cost of goods, a 2022 published study from Columbia University looked at this issue and concluded that the estimated increase in cost would be 0 to less than 1%, and that, quote, it would be difficult to discern such a small impact on prices, end quote. At the same time, implementation of this program would bring funds into the state to improve recycling services and offset the cost to taxpayers, making it a net positive. There's growing recognition globally, nationally, and here in Hawaii that our throwaway culture is not sustainable and that we need a new and more sustainable approach to waste management, which is what is proposed in this bill.
Okay, is there further discussion on this measure? Okay, if not, we will go to 1170. Any discussion? Representative Perrick.
In opposition?
Please proceed.
So this bill is about acquiring St. Francis School at a discount to expand the University of Hawaii. The University of Hawaii has asked for about a $17 million budget this year. That is a big dent in our state budget, and if we are to acquire more property for the campus, it's to consume more tax dollars. Why not give tax dollars to Chaminade, Pacific Rim University, Wayland Baptist University? The list goes on and on, HPU. Should the government be paying for education, or should it be privatized? Thank you.
Further discussion, members? If not, 1171. Representative Ayu.
Sorry, Speaker, back on 1170.
Please proceed.
With reservations, please.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Further discussion on 1170? If not, 1171. It's 1181, 1182. Representative Perrick.
In opposition for 1182.
Please proceed.
So I have 4 certificates in suicide prevention. The private sector has many opportunities to address this issue. I think this is another example of the government expanding and using tax dollars where the private sector could easily solve this.
Is there further discussion? If not, 1183. Representative Gannon. Representative Gannon.
On 11 SCR 1182.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, in strong support, many of us have heard about the issues regarding mental health that COVID has brought to our communities and especially to young people, and the unfortunate rise in suicide rates in our communities. I think that this is difficult, important work that this task force is producing and will produce in coming years. I'd also like to say that I rise in support of someone I knew very well. His name is Mikey Sakuma. He passed away in May of last year at the age of 10 years old, and he's loved and missed dearly. And I think that any efforts to stop incidents like that happening in the future should be supported by this body.
Okay, Representative Poi Poi. Okay, so further discussion on 1182. Okay, if not, 1183.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mizuno.
1182, please.
Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The task force in the Department of Health to prevent suicide, in support, I'm
Please
sorry,
proceed.
is not being paid. Not 1 red cent of taxpayer money goes to that task force that is working to prevent suicide in the state of Hawaii. So I support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, is there further Representative Kila?
Mr. Speaker, strong support.
Please proceed.
I'd like to thank the introducer for introducing this measure, as every Native Hawaiian life that we can continue to keep alive in Hawaii is valuable. And if this body chooses to stand behind supporting initiatives like that, they support to choose Native Hawaiian lives to keep them alive. So mahalo to the introducer, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kahaloa.
In support.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to adopt the words from the representative from Nanakuli.
So ordered. Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
And same request.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
Mr. Speaker, in support, same request.
So
Thank you.
ordered. Further discussion on 1182? If not, 1183. Next page, 1184. Representative Perrick,
In opposition?
please proceed.
So this is using the state budget to appropriate funds for a study that UH would perform. The private sector can do this study and save tax dollars.
Okay, further discussion? Representative Capella,
Mr. Speaker, in strong support.
please proceed.
If the private sector was going to do it, they would have done it by now. People are dying, and it's our job to ensure that our constituents are safe and have pathways to ensure their own health.
Representative Tam,
Mr. Speaker, in support, I would just like to have the words of the Representative Ka'u inserted into the Journal of Visitor of my own.
so ordered. Further discussion? If not, 1185, 1188. Representative Souza,
Mr. Speaker, request for ruling on a potential conflict.
please state your potential conflict.
My brother is an OHA trustee, and the content of this bill falls under the purview of his fiduciary duties.
All right, the chair's ruling, Representative, is that there is no conflict. This measure applies to OHA as an entity. So there's no conflict, and the ruling remains in effect through sine die unless circumstances change.
Thank you.
So further discussion? Okay, if not, 1193, 1195. Next page, Representative Ayu
Reservations, Speaker.
on 1195.
Yes.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, next page, 1205, 1208, 1209, 1214, 1215. Next page, 1217, 1218. Representative
Mr.
Perry.
Speaker,
Representative Tarnas.
thank you. In support of StanCom report number, I'm on House Bill 984, so it's up.
SCR
one more.
1217. Please proceed.
Yeah, Standing Committee Report number 1217. In support. This bill is in response to a U.S. Supreme Court case known as the Bruin case. And the decision by the U.S. Supreme Court means that regarding concealed carry weapons licenses, Hawaii must comply by moving from what one might call a may issue state to a shall issue state for concealed carry licenses. In other words, we have to come up with a system for the application and provision of licenses for people to carry weapons in a concealed manner. But restrictions on who gets these licenses and where the licensees can use the guns are permitted under the Bruin decision. From the case, it says the reasoning under the Second Amendment is neither a regulatory straitjacket nor a regulatory blank check. In addition to the majority decision, there was a concurrence written by Justice Kavanaugh and signed also by Chief Justice Roberts. I'm going to read two short snippets from it. Nothing in our opinion should be taken to cast doubt on long-standing prohibitions on the possession of firearms by felons and the mentally ill, or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools and government buildings, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms. We identify these presumptively lawful regulatory measures only as examples. Our list does not purport to be exhaustive. In his concurrence, Justice Kavanaugh went on to say, he preemptively gave a green light to a variety of restrictions on concealed carry permits, including, quote, fingerprinting, a background check, a mental health records check, and training in firearms handling and in laws regarding the use of force. All of these requirements, he declared, are constitutionally permissible. In this bill, we've worked to craft a fair bill to meet the needs of the Supreme Court case and treat fairly those who wish to carry weapons in a concealed manner and also protect public interest. There are three categories of policy in this bill. One regards permits, the second regards usage, and the third regards accountability. I'll briefly summarize those three categories. Regarding permitting, this bill sets up a license for concealed carry that applies statewide. There are two types of licenses, open and concealed. Bruin does not change the criteria for open carry, but only for concealed carry. The state applies criteria including training, definitions of suitable person. This concealed carry license would last for 4 years instead of what was originally 2 years in the original draft, and it costs $150 per application. The counties can designate a non-government agency to conduct trainings to support their needs. A person who is denied a license is entitled to a contested case hearing conducted by the police chief or a designee, and this addresses the due process concerns that some opponents have. An applicant for a license to carry must identify any healthcare providers who possess or may possess any records that have a bearing on the mental health of the applicant. The license holder must include the name, address, and phone number for the transferor and the transferee of a firearm. Licensing authorities must consider whether a person would present a danger to the community when making determinations on whether a person lacks the essential character or temperament to be entrusted with a firearm. Regarding usage, as to the sensitive places where concealed carry weapons are not allowed. In the Kavanaugh opinion, he said, "Nothing in our opinion should be taken to cast doubt on long-standing prohibitions on the possession of firearms by felons and the mentally ill, or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings." Hawaii didn't have a set of rules about this before because so few people got the permit in the past. So the Attorney General, in crafting this bill, looked to other states for guidance, like New York and New Jersey. Concealed carry is prohibited on private property unless the owner explicitly allows for it. The bill exempts law enforcement officers from being prosecuted under these restrictions.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative
I
Onishi.
yield my time.
Thank you. The bill exempts law enforcement officers from being prosecuted under these restrictions, and the bill exempts from liability physicians, psychologists, physician assistants, advanced practice registered nurses, and psychiatrists who provide information on the applicant for firearms permits. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the provisions regarding accountability. Terroristic threatening in the first degree, a Class C felony violation, increases to Class B felony if a user carries a gun in sensitive places. Any crime committed under the Chapter 707 Hawaii Revised Statutes, which regard assaults, could rise to the level of prohibiting a person from owning a gun, and this should act as a deterrent. The insurance requirement in the original bill was removed because there was questions about whether or not there was even an insurance policy that would meet the needs. So we have a House resolution that we're submitting for consideration to study how best to implement that provision. A licensee must securely lock the firearm in a storage box when transporting it. Alcohol and drug use is prohibited while carrying the gun. And finally, an annual report from the Attorney General is required that details the number of licensed issues that are denied, the number of licenses that are issued and those that are denied. I think that we have come up with a bill that is fair, reasonable, and I ask for everyone's support to pass it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further discussion on this measure? Representative Perrick.
Yes, in opposition.
Please proceed.
Legislators take an oath of office, which starts, "I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same." The first paragraph of the Bill of Rights, which is a portion of the Constitution of which we all took an oath to uphold, says the conventions of a number of the states having at the time of their adopting the Constitution expressed a desire in order to prevent misconstruction or abuse of its powers that further declaratory and restrictive clauses should be added, and as extending the ground of public confidence in the government will best ensure the benefits ends of its institution. This is the first paragraph of the Bill of Rights. Now jumping to the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. We took an oath to not infringe the right to bear arms, so I'm in opposition to this bill which would infringe the right to bear arms. Thank you.
Representative Sousa.
Mr. Speaker, in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you to the Judiciary Chair for his hard work on this bill, but my perspectives diverge. I will reiterate that Justice Kavanaugh's concurring opinion in the Bruin decision states that the Second Amendment is neither a regulatory straitjacket nor a regulatory blank check. and properly interpreted, the Second Amendment allows a variety of gun regulations. However, this measure goes too far in regulating the right to bear arms in our state, especially in light of the fact, as Justice Kavanaugh also states, that individual self-defense is a central component of the Second Amendment right to possess and carry handguns for self-defense. Justice Alito states in his concurring opinion that the Bruin decision holds that a state may not enforce a law like New York Sullivan law that effectively prevents its law-abiding residents from carrying a gun for this purpose. In this instance, Justice Alito is referring to the right of individuals to use a firearm to defend themselves. He goes on to say in regard to the Bruin decision that our holding decides nothing about who may lawfully possess a firearm or the requirements that must be met to buy a gun. Facets of this bill are burdensome to Second Amendment rights for our Hawaii residents, and therefore I am voting no. Thank you.
Representative Alcos.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose this bill.
Please proceed.
I feel that government is reaching too far for our Second Amendment, and if someone goes crazy in public, grabs a gun, how are we to protect ourselves? We cannot protect ourselves with our fists. We cannot protect ourselves with our hands. With a rock or a stone. The bill restricts a lot of places to carry our firearms. And if something happens in a public area, if someone had a firearm before the police get there, they can save a person's life or help someone's family. It taking away the right where we can't have that choice anymore. And I feel that safety, again, is a big and important thing in our lives. We want to feel safe that we be able to protect our families, and therefore I'm against this bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Lowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
Today is March 7th, and our nation has already surpassed 100 mass shootings this year, and there's still 10 months to go till the end of 2023. And those aren't just statistics, those are lives of civilians and children and others gunned down, and their families and communities left behind to deal with the consequences. There are 120 guns for every 100 Americans in our country. No other nation comes close to the amount of civilian-owned guns that we have here. And the data is very clear. More guns equals more shooting, more accidents, more suicides, and more deaths. The US has more deaths from gun violence per capita than any other developed nation, 8 times more than Canada, 22 times more than the European Union, 23 times more than Australia. So I support this bill and any bill that leads to fewer guns and more restrictions on gun ownership and where people can bring guns, because all of the evidence shows this makes our society safer, and that more guns makes us less safe. And I would just point out, the US Constitution has been amended 27 times. It's not a holy text. It's a living document that should reflect the will of the people, and polling shows again and again the will of the people in the US is better gun control. So I thank the Judiciary Chair for working on this bill.
Representative Matsumoto.
With reservations.
So ordered.
And permission to insert comments into the journal.
So ordered. Representative Gannon.
Mr. Speaker, may I adopt the words of the speaker from District 7?
So ordered. Representative Martin.
Same request and a brief comment in support.
Please proceed.
I feel much less safe, and I resent the fact that the Supreme Court is able to change the way that we keep people in our state safe. And I appreciate the work of the Judiciary Chair in the House and in the Senate to try to do the best they can with our given circumstances. Thank you.
Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
And I'd like to adopt the words from the representative from Kailua Kona into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Lamasau.
With reservation, Speaker,
So
I adopt the words from the representative of Kapolei in the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Prusso.
Strong support. And I'd like to adopt the words of the representative from Kailua Kona as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Kila.
Reservations, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered. Representative Garcia.
In opposition.
Please proceed.
Guns are not the problem. Mental illness and lack of heart is the problem, and that's where we should be focusing and not taking people's rights away. We're passing bills to increase crime on the streets at the same time restricting people from protecting themselves. This is ridiculous. No vote.
Representative Ward.
In opposition, brief comment, Speaker.
Please proceed.
I mean, it's good we have to keep guns out of the hands of the crazies. The difficulty is that the crazies, they don't pay attention to the law at all. They are the active shooters, of which, if there's anything good in this bill that we need to look at, is that there are no locations other than your home, probably, where you can keep the concealed to carry. Active shooters are in shopping centers, they're in schools. If you have someone who's not a crook with a weapon, it sends a message to these guys who are going to shoot somebody up that as soon as they get their gun out, they're going to get shot themselves. Mr. Speaker, that's the good side of this. The other thing is, whenever you get into these shooters, they're all illegal. They're criminals. They're not paying attention to the law. So to protect our people, look at this in the opposite sense, saying this is a public security bill if we have the active shooters shot immediately. Thank you.
Representative Pierick.
In opposition?
Please, this is your second time. Please proceed.
It was mentioned that the U.S. Constitution was amended 27 times, and thus it's a living document. Let's understand what the Founding Fathers said about this original document, of which we all took an oath to follow. Thomas Jefferson said this: "On every question of construction, carry ourselves back to the time when the Constitution was adopted. Recollect the spirit manifested in the debates. And instead of trying what meaning may be squeezed out of the text or invented against it, conform to the probable one in which was passed." I'd like to quote another founding father, James Madison, concerning authorial intent of the Constitution. He said, "I entirely concur in the propriety of restoring to the sense in which the Constitution was accepted and ratified by the nation. In that sense alone, it is the legitimate Constitution." Proceeding on now to the Chief Justice, the first in America, James Wilson. He said this: "The first and governing maxim in the interpretation of a statute is to discover the meaning of those who made it." Those who made the Constitution were a group of men who had just come through a brutal war fighting against British tyranny. They wanted to keep themselves from the probable forming of a bad government by bearing arms. It's the right of the people to bear arms to prevent us, the government, from ever becoming evil and coming against the people. Thank you.
Representative Nakamura.
In strong support,
Please proceed.
may I have the words of our Judiciary and EEP chairs adopted as my own?
So ordered. Representative Tam.
Same request.
So ordered. Further discussion? If not, 1218. Any discussion? Okay, if not, we'll take the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 43,
May I ask for a recess?
Yes, recess is called the chair. Will thus come to order. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 43, STANCOM report number 1146, HB number 551 HD1, the following vote no. Ayu Kong. STANCOM report number 1149, HB number 1261 HD2, following vote no. Amato Capella. StanCom Report Number 1150, HB Number 521, HD1, the following vote no. Ayu, Evslan, Garrett, Kila, Kong, La Chica, Lamasao, Martin, Matayoshi, Onishi, Sayama, and Tam. On page 44, StanCom Report Number 1166, HB Number 1326 HD1, following vote no. Ayu, Kila. On page 45, StanCom Report Number 1171, HB Number 561 HD1, Capella, votes no. On page 46, StanCom Report Number 1195, HB Number 538 HD1, following vote no. Hasi Burdick, Kila, Poi Poi. On page 47, StanCom Report Number 1205, HB Number 15 HD2, following vote no. Amato, La Chica. StanCom Report Number 1214, HB Number 1385 HD2, following vote no. Capella, Kila, Poi Poi. StanCom Report Number 1215, HB Number 537 HD2, Kong votes no. And on page 48, StanCom Report Number 1217, HB Number 984 HD2, Kong votes no. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 43, SCR 1152, HB 576, House Draft 1, Rep. Perrick votes no. Page 44, SCR 1165, House Bill 441, House Draft 1, Reps. Garcia and Perrick vote no. SCR 1168, House Bill 1430, House Draft 1, Rep. Perrick votes no. Page 45, SCR 1170, HB 258, House Draft 2, Rep. Perrick votes no. SCR 1171, House Bill 561, House Draft 1, Rep. Ward votes no. SCR 1181, House Bill 249, House Draft 1, Rep. Perrick votes no. SCR 1182, House Bill 622, House Draft 2, Rep. Perrick votes no. SCR 1183, HB 617, House Draft 1, Rep. Perrick votes no. SCR 1184, HB 1301, House Draft 1, Rep. Perrick votes no. SCR 1185, HB 95, House Draft 2, Rep. Perrick votes no. Page 48, SCR 1217, HB 984, House Draft 2, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Perrick, Souza, and Ward vote no. SCR 1218, HB 1375, House Draft 3, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Perrick, and Ward vote no. SCR 810, House Bill 593, HD 1, Rep. Perrick votes no.
Yeah, Representative Garcia, we were only taking votes up to STR number 1218, so we'll take the additional votes after after that SCR. But have all votes been cast on the noted measures? Okay, if so, said measures pass third reading. Representative Nakamura on item 6B.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House bills listed on pages 48 through 52 pass third reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Right, is there any discussion beginning with HB 1043 on page 48? HB 593. Next page, HB 880. HB 352. HB 710. Next page, HB 732. HB 1231. HB 1294. Oh, Representative Souza?
For HB 1231.
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, in strong support, This measure is meant to be a deterrent for smash and grab crimes that have been prevalent over the past year in my district, in Kapolei, and throughout our state. This bill will amend criminal property damage in the 3rd degree, which is a misdemeanor offense, to include intentionally or knowingly damaging the property of another that is used in a business operation without the other's consent in an amount exceeding $100. My hope is that this measure will provide not only a deterrent, but a more specific avenue for punishing these types of crimes and providing recourse for business owners. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on HB 1231? If not, HB 1294. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, reservations, please.
So ordered. Further discussion? Representative Perrick.
No, please.
Further discussion? Okay, if not, HB 639, Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit HB number 639 HD1 to the Committee on Consumer Protection and Commerce.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All right, members, is there any discussion on the motion to recommit HB number 639? Any discussion? If not, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. We'll continue on page 51, HB number 369. Any discussion? Okay, if not, HB 367, HB 370. Next page, HB 797, Representative Lamasao.
Mr. Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. Representative Onishi.
Thank you, Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this bill affects the consumer protection of individuals in the state of Hawaii. The bill would eliminate the requirement that CPAs from outside of the state of Hawaii that are not licensed in Hawaii would not have to report to the DCCA of their presence in Hawaii, doing work in Hawaii. This bill also affects licensed CPAs in Hawaii who pay license fees in order to do business in Hawaii. This bill would allow unlicensed CPAs from throughout the United States to practice in Hawaii without notice, without the ability for us to track taxes that would be due the state of Hawaii for doing work in the state of Hawaii. This bill really takes away protections for the public and for our public accounting industry in the state of Hawaii. So I'm voting no on this bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Souza.
Mr. Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered.
And please adopt the words from the representative from Hilo into the journal as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Chun.
Reservations.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Ayu.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Poi Poi.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Perrick.
No, please. May I have the words adopted from the Big Island?
So ordered. Further discussion? Representative Hashem.
Reservations.
So ordered. Further discussion? If not, we're in HB 1018. 1018, Representative Matsumoto.
Sorry, at the appropriate time, if we can go back to HB 1294, SCR 826.
Okay, why don't we do that right now? HB 1294 on page 50. Please proceed.
With reservations.
So ordered. Further discussion?
And I completely agree with the intent of this bill. I just ask as it moves forward if we can consider also being able to still use nicknames in parentheses or in quotations on the ballot. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion on HB 1294? Okay, if not, we're back on HB 1018 on page 52. Any discussion? Representative Perrick.
In opposition?
Please proceed.
My understanding is that this bill permits or promotes the construction of the new stadium. I believe the new stadium would be another rail project, another siphoning of our state budget, another excuse for people to be lazy and elongate projects and hurt the state.
Is there further discussion? Okay, if not, members, we will take the vote. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 48, HB number 1043 HD1, Stancom report number 808, Matayoshi votes no. On page 50, HB number 1294 HD1, Stancom report number 826, the following vote no. Amato, La Chica. On page 51, HB number 369 HD1, Stancom report number 834, the following vote no. Amato, Capella, Lowen, Martin, Peruso, Poi Poi, Sayama. On HB number 367 HD1, Stancom report number 835, the following vote no. Amato, La Chica, Lowen, Martin, Peruso, Sayama, Tam. On HB number 370 HD1, Stancom report number 836, the following vote no. Amato, Hasi Burdick, Capella, Lowen, Martin, Peruso, Poi Poi, Sayama, Tam. On page 52, HB number 797 HD1, Stancom report number 840, the following vote no. Garrett, Hashimoto, Capella, Kila, Kong, La Chica, Martin, Onishi, Sayama, Tam. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye, with the exception of the following. SCR 810, HB 593, House Draft 1, Rep. Pirrick votes no. SCR 812, HB 880, House Draft 1, Reps. Aucos, Garcia, Pirrick, and Ward vote no. SCR 814, HB 352, House Draft 1, Rep. Pirrick votes no. SCR 817, HB 710, House Draft 1, Rep. Pirrick votes no. Page 50, HB 1294, House Draft 1, Rep. Pirrick votes no. Page 52, HB 1018, House Draft 1, Rep. Pirrick votes no.
All right, members, have all votes been cast on these measures? If so, said measures pass third reading. Members will be taking a recess subject to the call of the chair. Recess. Well, let's come to order. Members, we're on item 7. Mr. Clerk, are there any resolutions for action?
Mr. Speaker, there are no resolutions for action. May all others be referred to print.
So ordered. Item 8. Members, are there any announcements? Representative Ganadin.
Okay. I know we've all been working hard, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. in room 325, in preparation for Art at the Capitol, which is April 14th, we're going to be having a little art class. So I'd like to invite you, alongside my staff, the Hawaii State Art Museum, and the Honolulu Printmakers, to come by and enjoy some fellowship with each other and make some art.
Okay, are there further announcements? Okay, if not, for the motion to adjourn, Representative Morikawa.
Quick announcement. Quick announcement.
Representative Parrott.
The midwives are here. They've been here for quite a while expressing their perspective to the state legislator. So if you have any questions about who they are, what they do, they've been here for a while.
Are there further announcements, members? If not, Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned until 12 o'clock noon Thursday.
Representative Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned until 12 noon Thursday.